Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, kiddo acts like she feels a little bit better, but she's still coughing and crouping. So her antibiotic is only a once a day for 10 days, I think. Anyway, hey Margaret, hey Michelle and Miss King. Good morning, you guys. All right. So, I'm going to go ahead and add this where we left off. I did not watch the rest of it. Good morning, Sherry Jones. I did not watch the rest of it. Michelle says it's a snooze fest. The rest of it was. I'm going to be honest. I wound up down the Richard Allen. Did y'all see? Did y'all see? I want to wait for a valid copy of said interrogation videos from Richard Allen's case before I share it. Because there's been some talk that the one that originally came out yesterday was messed with. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea. But I do want to wait for some more copies of that video to come out before I share it. I'm just going to be honest. Because I want what I watch to be the real deal and not something that's been redacted and edited and spliced and whatever else that is being said. So, I don't know. Anyway, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, just go check it out on Twitter. You'll see all the hullabaloo. So, all right. Yeah, I'm going to do 1.25 for sure. Maybe 1.5. Hey, Kel, good morning. Getting ready for work. We'll be listening in the car. All right, ma'am. Be safe today, out and about. Out and about. When you're out and about, be safe. All right. I'm going to put it on 1.25. And hit the play button.
On the scene, you said dispatch.
I knew it was going to do that. Dang it. It's where I stopped it yesterday, like literally stopped it. And did y'all see this dude's face, though, when that phone started doing that funky stuff? He was like, that was hilarious. Okay. I'm going to start it right about here because I don't know how far into her cross she got.
You arranged to have this person come out, or did Officer Wordsmith?
Okay. Can you all hear Young and hacking in the background? I'm so sorry. She's hacky sacking.
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where
his face though, when that phone started doing whatever it was doing or whatever on the PA system, he was like,
ambulance leave, that means they didn't transport him. You actually could.
That is correct.
It was so funny.
You go over to speak with Ms. Vallow.
Yes.
Sorry, let me get where I was at.
You could turn up the volume.
Like about right here.
Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
I remember this.
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid.
Hey, Kel. Hey, Kel. Or, I mean, Patricia. Sorry. I meant to say Patricia, but my eyes focused in on Kel's name. Patricia says, hey, y'all. I looked at my retirement accounts this morning. Whoa, what a mistake. I'll be working until I'm 800. Yeah, there's that. Never a good thing, right? Hey, Gail. Peekaboo. Lurking and cleaning. Lurk away, ma'am. Lurk away.
Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
Hey, Rosebud. Good morning.
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow that answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
The compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a
Huge red
CSI
fire
van,
truck.
correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
Hey, Akasha.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that
Need
correct?
Lots of poems.
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection, asked and answered.
Right.
Sustain.
Kel.
Do you
That
know how
was so
hot it was that
dumb.
day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body.
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sorry.
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of fell out of it because he hit?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
Hey, Sherry. Work and lurk, ma'am. Work and lurk.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inkland, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with them, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then, did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Hey, Morgana.
No other officers?
Correct.
Good morning.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me from recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
It is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Departed. And did you leave, and then,
Hold on a second, guys. I caught something really important here. Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I
Gotta
think.
re-listen to this
And,
part. Hold on.
The detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
so then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
Sorry, the 13-year-old boy just came out in me. That was the end of your duty? It was. Toilet flushes. Sorry. I had to. I couldn't help myself. That was so dad jokey, right? I'm so sorry. Okay, let's continue.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
What,
Okay.
baby?
Thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
You're welcome,
Okay.
Margaret.
Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consistent,
Objection,
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
hearsay,
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection,
Hold on.
hearsay,
That's
improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Nice try, Lori.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
What, baby?
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor,
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Yes, guys, please make sure to hit that thumbs up button on your way in the door. Please and thank you. Leave
Did
your
you
DNA
observe
all
the
over it.
next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
Well, he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it, so anyone else could leave.
Right, but they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so now is when her standby counsel is like, dude, how many times is he going to have to tell you can't testify? You can only ask questions.
15. Is that your phone on the?
No hearsay. No hearsay. Pro se never seem to understand hearsay or relevant questions. Yeah. In their mind, it's relevant, but in reality, in a court of law, it's not relevant. So, all right, let's scooch through this little breaky break. Okay.
What did you tell them? You mentioned that you
Okay.
just a couple more things.
You're the best, Morgana.
You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Rosebud. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Thank you for the membership. I really appreciate that a lot, Rosebud.
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Anglin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
Ten minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
8 months. Look at that. 8 months.
Did you meet with the prosecutor
Love
to
it.
go over your testimony today?
I did.
Oh,
When was
we're just
that?
going to have a little sparkle train. Hold on. Let me stop this for a minute. Hold on. Let's have our little sparkle train. Here we go. It's Miss Sherry Jones, member for 7 months, Miss Sherry Jones. And here's Miss King. Yeah. I love it. Can you feel the love tonight? Thank you guys. You all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Oh, looky. Looky. Miss Michelle, she's got one too. Membership milestone chat for 2 months. You need the little girl too? Okay. Let's do another sparkle and then we'll do the little girl. Oh, wait. Why isn't it showing it? Here we go. She's my favorite. You guys are so funny. We're all the best. That's right. Y'all are the best. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Hairbrush girl. I love her. I love her.
2 weeks ago, maybe?
You guys are awesome.
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
True that. This judge is looking at her like, come on, Lori, hurry it up.
And it was
Let's
not
get
part
on
of
with
your
this.
duty to check anything in the perimeter? You weren't looking for evidence, you were just dealing with the shooter? Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route. And then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route, do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us, he needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving, maybe?
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing
Hey,
him
Donnie.
on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah,
Objection, asked and answered.
Doggone it,
Sustained.
Akasha.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The prosecutor is
And
a
it took less than a
bulldog.
minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would make sense to me. And she's acting like that's something weird. Calling sick.
How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over?
yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. Okay.
She thinks everything's a smoking gun, right?
Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
Prosecutor stands up and she's like, "Here, honey, let me show you how it's done."
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Were you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage, and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on a body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Wiersbigge, who got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. go ahead. The state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness. The podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record? Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Please raise your right hand. Only swear that this one you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're going to come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department,
How long have you worked there?
almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry-level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that, the heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route, we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions
That I might see.
after a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes, so you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think that caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes,
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
Okay. How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names,
if you recall?
okay, Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're going to do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn,
baby.
and a couple of
Hello,
officers I feel like were
friend.
already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there, so we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'm going to show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking this for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic, apneic meaning not breathing, and then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's a increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of the rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on, we can actually see what the heart is doing, we can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'm gonna put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller, he's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first, I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to a minute to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way, you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that's standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark, so it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG, there was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls, and we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out, because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating, maybe been circulating as effectively as compared to when the heart is beating. You've got 2 injuries to the thoracic torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity. It's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved. And then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes.
that were observed.
Yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty. If I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off. We're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm is the asystole, like I said. That date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing. Ross, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think, probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment. Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those exactly and bring the cables with us.
When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR. So you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross?
You want me to go now, or it's 4:30, I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
to take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
So my question is, are they planning to go start at 10:30 every day? I mean, daggone. Why would they wait that long to start every day? So that's 10:30 with the half-hour delay. You might as well say 11 o'clock every day. 3 hours time difference. That's 2 p.m. every day. What, Judge? Come on now, son. All right. So, it's going to be a little bit before they come on today. I think. Let me, hold on a second. Let me go to day 2 and see what time. Go to sleep, little baby. Now I've got that song stuck in my head. Go to sleep, little baby. Mama's gonna say and your daddy's gonna pray. Na, na, da, 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 da. Somebody likes to sleep in, right, Kel? Judge. All right. So, while we wait, court starts at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Hold on, let me see what this says. Court starts at 1:30 p.m. Eastern each day, but due to a required 30-minute delay, you won't see the feed on YouTube until 2 p.m. Eastern. Each day. God. Kiddo's coughing her little head off. God love it. We saw the music tour of all the artists when it first came out. I walked right past little Ralph Stanley signing autographs in the lobby. Oh my gosh. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, I can tell you guys, and it's another story for another day, but I've met George Clooney in person. Another story for another day. We're not getting into that today, but yes. Right, Kel? We're so used to Eastern time cases. That's really late, which means it will end late every day. Right? I know. I know. I mean, they wouldn't even be taking their lunch break until time for me to end for the day, you know? So, I don't know. That's too late of a start for us. They need to change their schedule. Exactly. You didn't know who he was until he came out on stage. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it'll take us a bit, but we'll get into the groove of it. And I think, like I said, I'm going to have to start doing the split days like we're doing today. Absolutely, Kel. That's my thought. We could just cut today in half and start every morning with yesterday's afternoon. Yep. Kayleen says, can we watch it a day later? That way it's on our schedule and not theirs. Well, we could, but, you know, I feel like a lot of people would maybe not watch. You know what I mean? Because they'll watch it in real time anyway. You know what I mean? So, and I don't want the vast majority of people to have to rewatch content that they've already seen. I don't know. So, bum, 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 bum. And hey, Kayleen, how you doing, ma'am? You feeling any better? You doing good? Oh, Rosebud says my grandson's first day at public school went well. He even talked about what he learned. Yay! Great job, little dude. Great job, little dude. Telling you, it's the little things, right? It's the little things. Ween Baby, I think Recovery Addict does that, watches the next morning. Yeah. Rosebud says, I saw it here and watched the rest last night, and I still enjoyed watching with y'all. Aw, well, thank you. Kayleen's seriously in a lot of pain today. Aw. Really pushed myself in physical therapy yesterday, and I'm paying for it today. I'm sorry. That's the worst. Just take it easy. Take it easy. Just rest and relax. Recuperate. She's seriously that cough, man. All right. So what I want to do while we wait for a little bit is, well, they won't be starting for another hour. Blah. Do, 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 do. Go to sleep a little, babe. Maybe the antibiotic breaking it up. I don't know. I hope so. All right. Let's go check this out. Let me put this on pause. And we are going to go watch this. For those of you that did not remember this, Chad gives Alex Cox a patriarchal blessing. Now, I do not know. I need to vacuum BRB, said Donnie. You gonna miss this prayer? What is a patriarchal blessing? All right. This is from Wikipedia. All right. It says, because I didn't know what this patriarchal blessing was. A patriarchal blessing is a blessing given to worthy members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It is administered by the laying on of hands with accompanying words of promise, counsel, and lifelong guidance intended solely for the recipient. The blessing is given by a stake patriarch, a man called by church leaders to give such blessings. Patriarchal blessings include a declaration of a person's lineage in the house of Israel and contains personal counsel from the Lord. Hold on, let me Google something else. I don't understand the LDS faith. Did he want the patriarchal blessing? Because, like, is it okay? Does anybody in here have? I need to know. I need to know. Does anybody in here have any knowledge of LDS, how it works, the blessings and such. Oh, Ween baby, you just watched Oh Brother, Where Art Thou like 2 weeks ago. It wasn't your first time watching it, was it? Or was it? Was it your first time ever watching the movie? Oh my God, I love that movie so much. Because what I want to know is like a patriarchal blessing, something that you want. Is it something that you want before you die? And so that's why he gave him this patriarchal blessing, is because they knew he was going to die and he knew he was going to die. And wait, what, Michelle? Just to not open the door when they come on their bikes. Oh. Uh, Kayleen said, I was told once that the movie Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is loosely based on the Odyssey. You have the Cyclops and the Sirens and the Storyteller. I've heard that too, yeah. Probably true. Probably true. But anyway, my whole reason for wanting to know about this patriarchal blessing and what it means, and wanting to know if you guys have any insight into this. If the patriarchal blessing is something that, you know, they feel like you need to have before you die. And they're like, well, you're going to be soon, so let's get this patriarchal blessing over with so that at least we can check that mark off, that box off, you know? I don't know. All right. Well, we are going to listen to this. It's about 15 minutes long, and it's rather slimy and gross. But we're going to listen to it. We're going to listen to it. And I'm going to turn take my phone with me, turn my camera and my mic off, and I'll have my phone on me for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to let this play all the way through. And then while we have time, we might listen to it again and kind of break it up into little bitty pieces and see, this is what he meant by that. Blah, 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 blah. See, that's what Michelle, I don't know that it's like last rites. I don't know. I don't think that that's what it is, but I do think it's kind of like, okay, for instance, here's a for instance. You know how some religions believe that you have to be baptized before you can go to heaven, like a water baptism, right? So is it a situation where they know he's going to die, and just to make sure that he's good, you know, let's dunk him in the water real quick. You know what I mean? Chad is Alex's daddy now. No. No. But no, I don't think it's like last rites. I did kind of wonder that, but now that I read what I read, I'm kind of thinking, maybe it's a situation where, you know, they just want to cover all the bases, I guess, prayer-wise, to make sure he gets where he needs to be going in their minds. I don't know. You're Baptist. I grew up Baptist as a little youngin'. But then we switched. We switched churches, and then I grew up in my older years, I grew up in a Pentecostal church. I thought us was a prayer for the killing he was going to do. I have no idea. Rosebud says, I think it's your lineage with your creator who you follow and is a blessing to all your missions in life. See, I have no clue. Like your tribe. Yeah. Well, it talks about that, the whole lineage thing and all of that, but I don't know. Yo. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't know. All right. I'm going to listen to this and I have to run to the potty. So I will BRB in a few. So enjoy listening to this grossness. Make sure to have a gallon of bleach with you in case you need to like bleach yourself afterwards. Ugh. Here we go.
November 24th, 2019, Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar Cox, on this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing. As part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of, I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing. It is grateful that you're receiving it as you move forward in your life. You are a member of the House of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up the portals of time and going back to your previous creations in which you've lived. I see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior fighting for truth and righteousness, always seeking to do what is right. Then you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there. And as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always with a humble heart. You both always were so humble.
Okay, you guys, because I'm going to play the whole thing, I'm going to give credit to East Idaho News, but also I want to just put a little bit of some very low music behind it because I hear that can kind of help for like fair use issues. I don't know if that works or not, but we're going to try it. Let me see. Let me find one, but I want to make sure the volume's way down low. I know it would be annoying, but okay. Okay, I'm gonna hit play. Let me know if that's okay.
So as this fifth creation began, after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, resurrected being, you accepted the Savior's invitation one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as a God. You help us. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life. You were born into a family that needed you desperately, with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that moment. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord that would not have occurred in a traditional LDS home. You had to go to great depths to achieve tremendous heights. And the fruits of those trials are beginning to be demonstrated. You were granted to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that was a strength to you. You learned about your Savior and grew closer to Him, and rekindled in some ways the connections you've always had with Him. And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage, you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals, and you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities where people will come who aren't quite ready to enter those heavenly gates, those terrestrial gates. And one of your missions will be to go among the people and testify as a prophet that they can make it. You'll share your own experiences of overcoming adversity. And through your example, they will rise up. You will give tremendous blessings to them, raise their vibrations, and be like a brother to many of these fathers who may have had doubts, but through your strength, they will look to you as a hero, and you'll bring entire families that have been sanctified to the gates of New Jerusalem, and they will be allowed in on your word. Will be just one of the many wonderful experiences you'll have. I see you doing that often, but then based on assignments, you might go further into the world. Always serving, always a missionary. And with your companion, you'll communicate with Mother Earth herself. You'll know where to be before natural disasters happen, that you can be on location to protect key leaders, church leaders, and to preserve who should survive. Little children, I see you gathering up little children in your arms, saving them from floodwaters. Just having a collage of moments that await you in this life, rescuing the pure and innocent, leading them to safety. Dozens of instances. And you will be looked upon as an angel on earth. You'll literally glow for those who are allowed to see you. And those mortals who aren't allowed to see that will know through the spirit of the great power you possess. Proper time, after many years of service in such ways, as the second coming approaches, you will know when it's time to move to the other side. This body that has served you well will lay down one day, and you'll pass. Your spirit will leave this body, and you'll be greeted wholeheartedly and welcomed by the Savior himself. You will already know him, but that reunion will take place on a greater plane. That the spirit, you'll feel at that time, the vibration will exceed all. Before the second coming even occurs, the Savior will let that body rest a day or two, and much like himself, you will be raised and be resurrected, so that when the Savior does return, you will be right at the front of that amazing team of angels that will sweep the earth. Much like described in the renewed earth, you will be there. It will bring you great joy to help Mother Earth transfer to a terrestrial realm, to burn away the celestial refuse. At that time, you and Holly will still have assignments here temporarily, but then you will move forward. She's already preparing a world for you two. and you will be able to be an eternal family with eternal children on that earth. And the glory will just continue for you, Al, on and on through eternity. So I bless you at this time with strength, power, and dominion over the callings you will receive, and that you are part of a very special team of people that are moving towards translation and transfiguration, and that the Lord will be with you at all times. You will be a patriarch in your own home. You will give blessings similar to this. Your veil will be essentially gone. You'll be able to see into the past and into the future for these individuals and share with them the same type of knowledge and truth. I bless you with protection throughout your mortal life, that angels will now be assigned to you as you've reached this vibration. You have 9 angels assigned to you now to watch you from all sides through your faithfulness. I know you will stay faithful. You have a great mission. I protect you. I bless you with a strong protection against Satan and his followers, Lucifer, Cain, anyone else who seeks to oppose you. You will feel a new vitality and strength against them, and to use your priesthood to defend against them. I close this patriarchal blessing by assuring you that you will rise to an eternal glory, and that you will have an eternal family, and that your exaltation is assured through your faithfulness. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
All right, that was all of it. But I want to go back through it and kind of listen to it with you guys and start and stop and talk about some of the things. This is weird, right? Now, I want to preface this by saying, first of all, does anybody want to come up here with me and hang out for a little bit before we get to today's fiasco? Hold on, let me look and see. We got about 45 minutes. If anybody wants to come up and hang out and chit chat for a little bit. Hold on. Copy link. Here's the link. Come join me, somebody. There's the link. So, I want to, like I was saying, I want to preface this by saying I never want to judge anybody for their religious beliefs. Like, never. I don't want to do that. Now, have I in the past? Absolutely. But then I've kind of grown as a person and don't judge. Do I agree with everybody's stuff? No. But also, do those people agree with the way I believe? No. Do I want people to judge me for how I believe? No. So I try to be that way towards other people. And we personally have my husband and I have a very good, close friend who's Mormon. Okay. And he's a great guy. Now, he's married to one woman. They have 3 kids. They're very normal. This kind of stuff, and they're Mormon in a very un-Mormon-y community. Does that make sense? Like where they live, there's not a lot of Mormons in the area. So, but anyway, um, Michelle says I'm supposed to be working and my supervisor's yelling at me. But this is a zombie freak show, right? The evidence will show that they are a couple of lunatics. Okay, so that leads me to wanting to say, although I never want to judge anyone's religious beliefs, my child is going to puke in there. I can feel it. She's coughing like those like gaggy coughs. These folks don't make to let me just say, these folks do not make me want to join the Mormon faith. No. It sounds like some like Stargate, Deep Space Nine, Battleship Galactica, Star Trek, Power Ranger stuff. I don't even know. Per Kathy, 3 levels of Mormon. Your friends are probably level 1 funeral potato Mormons. I don't know. I don't know what the 3 levels are, but these folks are on the portal potty level. Let me just say, they, in my opinion, just from what I have gathered and witnessed the last few years, make the whole Mormon religion a mockery. I mean, in my opinion. Big Bang Theory, right? Michelle, I don't know what you're doing, man, but you're back to the 2 comments. Every time you comment, it says it does it twice. It did it 3 times earlier. Back to back to back. I don't know. Level 1 Normans. They're called Normans. Normal Mormons. But I don't know. I feel like, you know how they always say that people can kind of, what's the word? Like take certain religions to the far extreme, you know? They're beyond that for me, and for me that this is way beyond. I feel like they mix and mash their beliefs. I feel like they have the normal Mormon, the Norman beliefs, but then they throw on top of it all this other weird stuff. And it's just weird. It's just weird. You fixed it? What is it? Is it that you have like 2? Nope, it's there again. Twice. Fixed it. Is it just me, or is everybody else seeing Michelle's comments are coming in twice? Morgana says, no, you didn't. All right. So anyway, I just feel like that they have poo-pooed all over, literally poo-pooed all over this religion. Donnie says, wait. If you go on Danny on direct, she is former LDS in Utah. It's interesting. Okay. Well, I don't know if you guys know that one channel. I think it's called Mormon Stories Podcast. And this dude has a lot of Mormons on his channel. And I found him through, this whole case with Lori and Chad and all that. And it's very interesting because and Ruby Frankie, and Jody Hildebrandt, whenever that case came about with those kids, I found that channel and I really enjoy it. The guy that runs the channel, Mormon Stories Podcast, he's really good. Like he uses a lot of the funds that he raises for helping folks dig their way out of bad situations that are involved in the cult aspect of the religion, the cultists of that religion, so to speak. Level 1, potato Mormons. Level 2, better than you Mormons. And level 3, zombie Mormons. Okay. Ween Baby said they just make crap up as they go. And I think Lori used it to legitimize killing everyone for their money. Ugh. Chad gives me more of a Jim Jones yuck than a Mormon worshiper. Yeah, and I think it's more his like demeanor. You know what I mean? Gives it more of he's very like flat. And like listening to him talk just then, like it's a wonder Alex and Lori didn't go snooze fest, How about now? Fixed? I think it is. Chad's voice is slimy. Monotone. It's creepy. Like a slug. Ugh. I think you fixed it, Michelle. Good job, girlfriend. Hold on, let me get a swig of my water. All right. All right now, baby, it's all right now. I'm going to play this one more time. I'm telling you, she's going to. Can you all hear her in there coughing? Jeez Louise. I'm going to play this one more time. And la 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 la. Ew, gross. Gross. Ugh. Yeah, he thought he was. Ew. For all we know, they could have been naked while saying it, but yeah. Mm. Oh my God.
Daybell, it is November 24th, 2019, it's Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m.
Blah, blah, blah.
We're
blah,
going
blah.
to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing.
Alexander Lamar.
Alexander Lamar. She has to fix it because Chad didn't say his name right.
Mm.
That was weird. Chad's like, And she giggles. That's ew. It's gross. The way he said, was like she had shown him her thigh highs or something. I don't know. They're gross people. They are just so gross. So gross.
Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing
Oh,
as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing. It is grateful that you're receiving it as you move forward in your life.
as you move forward.
You are a member of the House of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph.
I need to see too when this prayer was given. Hold on. Let me minimize this and read real quick. When was it? He gave the date at the very beginning. Shoot, let me go back and see what it said. Hold on. Let me rewind it back at the beginning.
Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019. It's
November 24th, 2019. Okay, hold on. November 24th, 2019. Prayer. Now, let me go back and see when Alex Cox died. December 12th, 2019. Wow. That's what? December 12th? Is that what I said? December 12th, 2019. That's like 3 weeks later, you guys. 3 weeks later, he dies after this prayer. Yeah, I knew it wasn't long. I knew it wasn't very long. And that is why I think they wanted to do this prayer. And I think, yeah, I would assume some sort of blessing like that would cause you to be weepy and be in your feels and all that kind of stuff, you know. I get that part of it, but I also feel like when he's talking about all the things he's going to receive when he gets to heaven and all that, it just makes me think that they all three knew that this was going to go down soon. Ween baby, I know that just shy of 2 weeks. Well, the prayer was November 24th. How many days are in November? 30 days has September, April, May, and November. So 30. There are 30 days in November. So 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30, 40, 50, 60, 18 days. So that's 2.5 weeks. I think they pushed him to off himself, or they did it. That's what I think. I think that too. And you're doubling up again, Michelle. Morgana, you're doubling again. I personally don't care. I just, I personally don't care. It's funny. I just wanted to get it right for sure, Rosebud. No, I just wanted to know for sure. Because I remember that there wasn't much time between the two, but I couldn't remember how much time exactly. That's why when I found out that he died not long after this prayer, that's when my brain went, oh, okay, I see now. They knew it was going to happen. And that's why they did this prayer. No, Michelle, do not. P. Lola's mama. P. Lola. I don't have a tiny coffee cup. I have a tiny little medicine cup, though. Here, I have a tiny little medicine cup. Hi, P. Lola. Missed you, girlfriend. Maybe Michelle is like Tommy 2 times, like in Goodfellas. Has to say everything twice. We love your double talk, Michelle, right? Miss King says you'll never be able to make me believe that they did not have something to do with his death. Same. Everyone loves your extra large coffee cup at your new job. Good. They call it the soup bowl. Yeah, I've got a few of those. Ween Baby thinks Alex was the culprit for all of the unalivings. Maybe they threatened him. I feel like because of the mentality that he had of I have to do these things for Lori, I feel like they easily probably, I don't know if gaslit is the right word, but coaxed him into believing that that was what his mission was. And that they've received a message from God or whatever, that now Alex's mission is accomplished and his time on earth is done. It's time for him to go enjoy his spoils in heaven, basically. You know what I mean? That's what I think they did. And I think he bought it hook, line, and sinker. They did manipulate him. Yeah. Margaret, that's dangerous. You with an extra large coffee cup and your spilling habit, right? Poor boy ain't in heaven. I don't know. Mm-mm. I think Lori and Chad helped dispose them, but I think Alex actually did the deeds. I do too. Now, they say that they think that there were 2 people who participated in Tammy's death. I think because of the way that she was positioned or something. Are you looking for bingo? Are you looking for bingo? Mommy will get her. Bingo's up here. Hold on. I have to get her a little bingo. Okay, sorry. Yeah, she's got a Bingo and Bluey stuffed animal that talks. They're so cute. And she wanted Bingo. Bingo, they're both in here in the bedroom, but when she got her the Bingo one, now she's kind of could care less about Bluey. She only wants to play with Bingo right now. I said, "Do you want both Bingo and Bluey?" She said, "No, just Bingo." I said, "Okay." Poor little Bluey. Poor little Bluey. Ween Baby said, "Oh yeah, I always forget about Tammy." Yeah. Well, they said that they feel like there were 2 people one that would have held her face down and one that would have held her arms. So, and apparently, allegedly, Alex's phone pinged in the area around that time. So, his phone pinged at Chad's house quite a bit, didn't it? Lord have mercy.
Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give
I'm going to scroll past because I just wanted to see what the date was on that.
of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up.
Look at that. My cup matches the portal potty. Oh my God. Look at that. My cup matches the portal potty. Oh well.
The portals of time, and going
Portals
back
of
to
time. The portals of time.
your previous creations in which you've lived. I see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior fighting for truth and righteousness, always seeking to do what is right. Then you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation.
Great warriors, meaning him. He's calling him basically a great warrior to that's what we're going to call someone that kills 2 children. Okay.
Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect.
Powerful goddesses equals Lori. And he was sent there to protect the powerful goddess. Gotcha.
Your sister, and you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there, and as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always with a humble heart. You both always were so humble.
Humble. Lori, I
So is
don't
this
know
fifth
about
creation.
Alex. Alex, we didn't get to hear him or, see things from him much. But humble, that's how you want to describe Lori Vallow Daybell? As humble? Now I know you're from another planet. She's the least humble person I've ever met. I've never met her, but the least humble person I've ever seen or heard ever. Humble. Okay.
Began after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, resurrected being. You accepted the Savior's
True,
invitation
Margaret.
one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as a God. You help us. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
And you
You've
will
already
continue
assisted.
to
In
do
what
so.
ways? In what ways, Chad? In what ways? has he assisted you? In what ways? I'd like to know. Just say it. Say it. Say it.
as you move forward in this life.
In the
You were
3 weeks of life that you got left to live there, Alex, or 2.5 weeks. 2 weeks and 4 days, to be exact.
born into a family that needed you desperately, with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to.
Speaking about the gospel and just speaking it and not living it. So you're trying to say that you preach what you what is it that they say? Do what you preach or whatever, you know what I mean? I mean, you broke several commandments. Practice what you preach. Thank you, Margaret. There you go. He broke several commandments. Can we name the commandments that we know that he broke? Y'all name if you know the 10 commandments, let's see how many of them that we know that he broke.
Survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that moment. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord that would not have occurred.
Okay, now here we go. The primary commandment, thou shalt have no other gods before me. I mean, I'm not so sure whenever he talks about God that he's talking about God, God. So, and to be honest, I feel like Lori was more his God than God was. Another one, thou shalt not kill. He broke that one. Thou shalt not commit adultery. He broke that one. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Mm. Mm. Let's see this one. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, which means idolatry, you know. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not steal. Remember the Sabbath. And you shall not covet your neighbor. So, I mean, still with the whole Social Security thing, yeah. I mean, he basically broke pretty much every commandment. Now, again, I don't want to be like, oh, I've never broken a commandment. I mean, I think we all have, right? But, I don't run around unaliving children, and putting them in graves in my backyard by the fire pit in the pet cemetery. So I don't do that. It just grosses me out that he's so preachy when he ain't got no business being preachy.
In a traditional LDS home, you had to go to great depths to achieve tremendous heights. And the fruits of those trials are beginning to be demonstrated. You were granted to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that was a strength to you. You learned about your Savior and grew closer to him, and rekindled in some ways the connections you've always had with him. And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done, thy soul.
Okay. So when he says, the Savior says, well done, we all hear that scripture in the Bible. He says, well done, my good and faithful servant, or whatever, And then you hear Lori cry, and then they start crying. This is where, when he says, well done, that means you're done. Well done. Good job. You are done. Well done. Your job is finished, right? And this is where I feel like it's getting into the, okay, your job is done now. Your life is getting ready to be done too.
Is cleansed.
Hold on, let me rewind it.
And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time, the Savior is saying unto me, well done, thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you'll now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action, but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage, you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your.
Okay, and here I'm kind of confused. Talking about his partner. Now, at this point, he's married to Zulema. When did him and Zulema get married? Let me go look. When did Alex and Zulema get married? Oh, okay, wait. As for Cox, he and Zulema Pestenis got married in Las Vegas November 29th on a marriage certificate obtained by Fox 10's Justin Lum Um, this is weird. It was stated that Cox changed his name from Alexander Lamar Cox to Alexander Lamar Pestines following the marriage. Cox died in December 2019. So he dies just shy of 2 weeks of getting married. So the prayer was on the 24th. He gets married 5 days later. And then 13 days later, he dies.
Good-heartedness. For I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals, and you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities where people will come who aren't quite ready to enter those heavenly gates, those terrestrial gates. And one of your missions will be to go among the people and testify as a prophet.
As a
That
prophet.
they can make it. You'll share your own experiences of overcoming adversity. And through your example, they will rise up. You will give tremendous blessings to them, raise their vibrations, and be like a brother to many of these fathers who may have had doubts, but through your strength, they will look to you as a hero, and you'll bring entire families that have been sanctified to the gates of New Jerusalem, and they will be allowed in on your word.
Good luck with that,
Will
Alex.
be just one of the many wonderful experiences you'll have. I see you doing that often, but then based on assignments, you might go further into the world. Always serving, always a missionary. And with your companion, you'll communicate with Mother Earth herself. You'll know where to be before natural disasters happen, that you can be on location to protect key leaders, church leaders, and to preserve who should survive. Little children, I see you gathering up little children in your arms, saving them from
Children. No. As a matter of fact, I would think that for the rest of their lives on Earth or in the next, they won't have nothing to do with no children. None of them. None of them. No. So we have a camera back on in the trial. Looks like we got about 5 minutes before it's go time, if they're on time. Hold on, I want to see. I wanted to look because I thought that. Hold on, folks. And side note, in about 10 minutes, I have a conference call with my big kiddos' school teacher. So hopefully by then they'll be back in and going and I can take that phone call. Let me scooch back over here. I'm just waiting for that camera keeps bouncing around awful big. I wanted to go to Twitter to see if there was any updates. Lori Vallow. I don't see nothing. Hey, C. Morales. Hello. Welcome, welcome. When Baby says when Lori was done with Fart Bell, she probably would have unalived him too. I know, right? I wonder. I wonder that. Because I really think she just kind of used and abused everyone in her path. Mm. Hey, Latanya. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Waiting for this day to start. Only if he had life insurance. Mm-mm-mm. You know what I really think are going to be fireworks in the courtroom is Kay Woodcock. When she's on the stand, oh my God. And the cross-examination with Lori, oh my God. Mhm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm just watching for updates, you guys. Lori, wait, what's this? Oh, no, that's nothing. Okay, so 11 minutes ago, Nate Eaton said, so it should be starting anytime. And the dude is on the stand and she is starting with her cross examination. So, about, I guess they start out asking, she starts out asking, how long did you administer CPR before you did the flip over? Cowden responds, before we rolled him to look at his back. Lori says, yes. Cowden says, maybe up to a minute. So here we go. Volume's all the way up. Hopefully they turn the audio on. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. There we
A
go.
recording of that, so we won't record, there'll be no media recording of that. If my staff could bring in juror 16. Are all the jurors here? We've excused juror 4.
What's going on with the jurors?
The stipulation?
Wonder what's going on with the jury. Same one from yesterday that said that they needed a work release letter or something. I don't know. Welcome back, lurking. Lurking. Or I didn't mean welcome back, Michelle. I knew you were here. I meant to say you're welcome to go back lurking. Not that you need my permission to do that, because I'm getting ready to lurk here in a few minutes too. So you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All right. They're going to call me any minute. They're going to call me any minute. We always have big kiddos like IEP towards the end of the school year. So that's what we're doing. It's a little different though, because it's after post-grad continuation of his public schooling there. So anyway, and there it is. All right. I'll see you guys back in a few minutes.
What?
Walked into the house, proceeded forward, saw a patient on the floor to the right, proceeded to the patient to start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing, so I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off. And knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there, firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video, or I get the picture yesterday, all 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates, 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those? Yes.
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both?
Correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first-timer would react?
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first-timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult, if you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, you know, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you could obviously show on a person, you could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth, is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before that just want to have the training, it's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Well, it varies depending on if the patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10-second break, you just do compressions?
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain it as the compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we're going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there?
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to?
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long how long after the rolling over did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart
You
monitor?
can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or.
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, you got to turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging to be able to apply it to the patient's chest area. If the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other two firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay. So I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions, so I would assume one of my colleagues did that completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the third time, and then you stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then he did call it at, do you know what time?
It would have, I don't have it memorized, no, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
He would have
He
documented
would have
that.
done it? Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
No, not in preparation for today. Not the actual audio, no.
No.
No, not today, not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department. I was able to look at the paper documentation.
Does that chart consist of?
There would be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done, the heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to it.
So that would all be in Captain Keller's report?
Correct.
And you did take a look at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No.
You don't have to document anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
And that's the same for the other two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. So they don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And what time were you dismissed from the scene?
We probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total? Like,
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your responsibility? So you
Correct.
drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 20, 25, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched, driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on-scene time, it might be closer, instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid, like,
20 minutes?
yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time, while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. Removing our equipment, going outside, maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the four of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
Can I object? Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
All right,
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on a sidebar.
Okay, just a few more questions. Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't?
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah, I don't know. Right.
Okay.
You're just going to
There
push
isn't-
hard.
Hold on, hold on.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to a radio, 911, instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No,
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
yes,
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
yes,
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
yes,
We talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
after the cutting.
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No,
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
yes,
so that they don't go brain dead?
yes,
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines, but I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
Okay, so we got through the kiddos. Oh, conference call. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. All right, so they're taking the jury's questions and they're going through them. From what I gather. From what I gather. Oh my goodness. Oh, I guess he's done. They wouldn't allow the question, apparently. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Wonder who the next witness is.
State calls Kent Keller.
All right, so you're going to come on up here. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
For the record.
K-E-L-L-E-R.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left.
Oh, Lord, it looked like Colonel Sanders.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022,
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there
I want
in,
some
let's
Kentucky
talk
Fried
about
Chicken.
2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a four-person
Ride-sharing?
crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in
Maybe.
1991.
And can you
You'd be
tell
a good
us,
Santa Claus, too.
is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there's constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMT-B, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what What is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number one in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from 2 different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes, that.
been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told, I do know that instruction, I do remember specifically hearing that, CPR in progress. I believe I remember, I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Okay. Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in the
Yes, ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized?
No.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like,
If it adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in, around the collarbone. So there's a divot here that
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be, yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
Okay. So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given?
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given?
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them, you could go through a shirt and not see them, so you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm is, at this point, they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Okay. Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them, I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see has gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes,
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay, so he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back. Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity, so there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy-looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay, and then you said lividity. What does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, blood just starts to pool there.
Yes,
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So your patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again? I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole. No electrical rhythm in the heart. Flatline for,
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes, ma'am, always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function, if you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in, the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch, or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks. It gives way, so, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct? Yes. When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it, so.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut and
Yes.
he was exposed?
Yes.
As well as when he was
Hey,
rolled?
Melinda.
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there?
yes.
When you, I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
Yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone has been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
Well, when I arrived, again, My job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No,
So no obvious injuries to you?
no,
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
of course.
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
Yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Mitchell?
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
What? Did you have any formal
Did
interaction
you
with
hear
her?
Lori
No.
just say, what?
When you sort
I
of
gotta rewind that.
completed and left this formal,
Not getting invited to,
Listen, as soon as she said, what, baby? Okay. Soon as he says that, she says, you can hear Lori say, what?
pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
What?
did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
When you sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it, based upon your training, your experience, what you observed, and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed, and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Captain Keller,
Yes.
you were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene. And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there's some violent incident, the fire department, the firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close, so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call, so you want to make sure that you are a little ways away, in
Okay,
case there was more gunshots.
right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear?
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh,
cam.
you don't wear body cam? Okay. You were just on the, that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On the, one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that. So we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin
Yes.
because of no oxygen to the skin. Is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand, like it, would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress. As less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
Different for different people, I
People.
suppose.
so it could be a minute? 5 minutes?
He's already indicated.
Hold on.
Doesn't know.
Rephrase the question, I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? You know what well, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing how far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does lividity,
backs of his arms.
start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
You can tell by his face, he just wants to laugh.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay. You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside, is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it when we
Okay.
arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay, that wouldn't be,
Not to us.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping?
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes. I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes.
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
Right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures?
Yes.
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
No.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness, the best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely be have been cracked loose from the rib cage. And there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. Obviously you do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes.
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
Yes, and the mechanical action of decompressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw is where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
Okay, so we'll see if the judge allows any of these questions from the jury. Mm. Lori's definitely trying to inflict as much pain as she can with that shock belt on. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know, folks. I don't know. What, baby? They really must be arguing about whether or not they're going to let these jurors questions be asked. Or else they had quite a bit of questions. I'll say that. Maybe they just had a lot of questions. Quite a bit. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Come on, guys. Oh, we were behind by like 30 seconds. We were behind by about 30 seconds. I'm going to have some more coffee. My water is empty. Empty, empty. And I think I want a cup of coffee. For some reason, I can't imagine this guy being an EMT. I could see him being a cop, but I don't envision him as an EMT. Is it just me? I don't know. He looks more like a cop to me. I wonder, Michelle, how many times Kay has like shot daggers. You know what I mean? Wonder how many times Kay has shot like daggers with her eyeballs at, oh, hey, Mickey. Oh, fire chief? I thought he said he was an EMT. Oh, Kent Keller, it says Chandler Fire Department, but I thought he worked as an EMT. Coffee,
All right,
and
we have
Mr.
some juror
KFC.
questions for you. Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's not indicated for trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use ephedrine?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
So when you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes, yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here, you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but You would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that.
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment.
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision, yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or
Yes.
save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions, yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, wow. Those are crazy pants. It's 3:45 Eastern, and they're getting ready to take their lunch break. So that means it is, what, 12:45 p.m. for them right now, currently. So looks like tomorrow I need to write down, hold on a second. Let me write down 2 p.m. basically every day is when they'll start. 2 p.m. Eastern start. And then I'll say 3:30 Eastern for lunch. Okay. So that way I can figure about when to start in the morning for the rest of today, you know? So yeah, I'll figure that out. And we will resume tomorrow. All right, you guys? All right, you guys. We will be back tomorrow for the rest of day 2 and the first part of day 3. So that's what we will do. Mickey said she was going out for Mexican food. Guess what? I'm having leftover chicken fajitas for dinner tonight. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Hey, Cynthia Boudreaux. You been lurking? Hello, ma'am. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sound good, everybody? All right. You guys have a great rest of your night. And if it's warm where you're at, you got some sunshine, stick your head outside. Yeah. It's chilly here, but the sun's shining, so I'm all right with that. But we do have cold weather coming. So anyway, I will see you guys back tomorrow. The time will be TBD, to be determined. You made Mexican chicken tortellini soup last night. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. I could eat Mexican food every night. Literally. I love it. Gonna freeze there tonight. Hey, we're gonna get some cold weather tonight and then into tomorrow. So we're supposed to get some freezing weather too. So all the places that are flooded are going to be big ice skating arenas, basically. All right. Make sure that you guys hit the thumbs up. Thanks for spending your day with me. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome sauce. And I loved seeing all of your guys' membership milestones. That was pretty cool. And Rosebud became a member today. Yay. Y'all are awesome. Before we go, here, hold on. Before we go, let me give a good little let me play the moderator video. I haven't done that for a while. Let's check out our moderator video that Morgana and her daughter put together. Let's watch. Mm, mm. There's Margaret. I swear, that's the cutest thing. My favorite part is the coffee maker and the clinking coffee cups. I love it. My moderators are awesome sauce. I love my mods. I do too, Kel and Margaret. I do too. The zebras. Oh my God. That could be the intro every day, right? I know. I want to make a new intro and like have that be in it, you know? Yeah, I need to work on that. I see all kinds of people doing really cool intros and like these new like AI songs that they write themselves and put into an AI machine and let it spit out some kind of cool song, you know? I need to do that too. But anyway, I should do that. I need to work on that. That'll be a weekend project, right? Weekend project. Yeah, we love our moderators. They're awesome sauce. All right. You guys, I'm going to scooch. I'm going to scooch, and go see what the husband and the kiddos are doing, what they're into. Yeah. But I'll see you back tomorrow. Make sure you got your notifications turned on so you don't miss it. Because I plan to, like I said, I want to figure out, I want to see how much time is left over today after the lunch break and then add that on to the 2 p.m., but take a little bit of time off for 1.25 speed and then kind of calculate a good starting time. That's what I want to do tonight. I'll have to figure that out. So, but I'll try to schedule the stream in plenty enough time so you guys get notifications. All right. Yes, sick kiddo comes first. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She's been in there drawing off and on all day. She's going through my printer paper left and right. I'm like, girlfriend, I need that. Good plan. Good plan. All right. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Hit that thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Click the notification bell. And put a hashtag replay in the comments down below if you're watching this on the replay. All right. We'll see you guys back tomorrow and see what kind of shenanigans Lori's up to. Fun, fun, fun. I love you guys. Bye.